Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I was already watching the daylight disappear by the time the bus rolled to a stop on the shoulder of the highway. We had been driving for hours between 2 cities that were far enough apart that there wasn't much outside the windows except fields, scattered trees, and the occasional exit sign. I remember checking my phone and seeing it was just after 7 p.m. I figured it would be a short delay. Instead, the driver announced there was a mechanical problem that couldn't be fixed on the roadside, and that everyone would have to find another way home. Most of the passengers immediately started calling family or arranging rides. I didn't have that option. I was still a minor, traveling alone after spending a weekend visiting relatives. My parents lived too far away to reach me quickly, and the next scheduled bus wasn't until much later. My mom managed to reach a roadside transportation company that agreed to send someone to pick me up, but they warned it could take close to an hour. That hour felt longer than the entire trip. The bus driver stayed with the vehicle while people slowly disappeared one by one. Some climbed into cars that arrived for them, others caught rides with friends. Eventually, there were only a handful of us left standing near the broken bus, while traffic rushed past in the fading light. When the last adult passenger finally left, it was just me and the driver waiting. The roadside assistance vehicle arrived a little before 8. It wasn't a tow truck like I expected. It was an older SUV with faded company lettering on the doors. The driver stepped out, confirmed my name, and told the bus driver he had been asked to take me to the nearest transit station where my parents could meet me. Everything sounded normal. I climbed into the passenger seat. For the first several minutes, the ride was quiet except for the sound of tires humming against the pavement. I kept looking out the window, recognizing almost nothing outside because we were on a stretch of highway surrounded by darkness. Then he asked how old I was. I answered without thinking. He nodded slowly before asking if I traveled alone often. I told him it was my first time. Another pause. Then he asked if my parents usually let me go places by myself. Something about the way he asked made me hesitate. It wasn't casual curiosity. It felt like he was measuring every answer. I gave short responses after that. He didn't seem bothered. Instead, he kept asking questions. Did my parents know exactly where I was? How long would it take them to reach the station? Did they track my phone? Was anyone expecting me before then? Every answer seemed to lead to another question that felt even more personal. I started making my responses deliberately vague. He noticed. You don't trust people much, do you? I forced a small laugh that didn't sound convincing even to me. Outside, the highway stretched into darkness with almost no other vehicles around us. He started talking about his job. At first it sounded ordinary. He mentioned late-night calls, long drives, difficult customers. Then the stories became stranger. He described picking people up in isolated places where they had been stranded for hours. He talked about arguments that had happened inside his vehicle. He mentioned passengers who cried, passengers who panicked, passengers who thought he was taking the wrong road. Every story ended with a smile that never reached his eyes. I wasn't sure whether any of it was true. I kept checking the map on my phone. The blue line still followed the highway toward the station, but my signal kept dropping in and out. He noticed me looking. You checking to make sure I'm not kidnapping you? He laughed. I didn't. He kept driving. A few minutes later, he reached toward the center console. For a second, I thought he was grabbing a drink. Instead, he pulled out a folding knife. My entire body tightened. He turned it over in his hand while continuing to watch the road. It wasn't pointed at me. He wasn't waving it around. He simply opened the blade with practiced ease. The clicking sound seemed incredibly loud inside the vehicle. He used it to slice open the plastic wrapping around a snack. Then he left it open, still holding it, still talking. He said some customers acted unpredictable. Some became aggressive. He said he always liked having something nearby just in case. The knife rested loosely in one hand while he drove with the other. I stared straight ahead. Every mile marker seemed to take forever to appear. He glanced toward me. "You're awfully quiet." I muttered something about being tired. He smiled again. "I've had passengers who talked a lot more." He began describing one man who supposedly wouldn't stop asking questions during a trip. According to him, the passenger became convinced they were being driven somewhere else. He laughed while telling the story. I couldn't tell if he expected me to laugh too. I didn't. He looked back at the road. "You know," he said after another long silence, "people always assume the worst." The knife clicked shut. He placed it back into the console. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt even more aware that he had chosen exactly when to put it away. The highway remained almost empty. Every exit sign looked the same. I considered texting my mom, but I worried that if he noticed, he might ask more questions. Instead, I quietly shared my location while pretending to adjust the brightness on my phone. The message took several tries before it finally sent. I slipped the phone into my pocket. The driver started talking again. This time he wasn't asking questions. He was talking about how isolated some highways become after dark, how people underestimate how far help really is, how quickly situations can change when no one else is around. None of it was threatening on its own. It was the timing, the pauses, the way every sentence seemed designed to remind me that I was alone inside his vehicle. I focused on ordinary details instead. The dashboard lights, the steady movement of the windshield wipers clearing a light mist that had begun to fall, the radio playing quietly beneath the conversation. I kept reminding myself that nothing had actually happened. He hadn't touched me. He hadn't driven off the route. He hadn't made any direct threat, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he wanted me to imagine what could happen. That was enough. Eventually, more lights appeared ahead. Businesses, gas stations, traffic. The transit station sat beyond a large intersection with several other vehicles coming and going. My parents' car wasn't there yet. My stomach dropped. He pulled into the parking lot. For one awful second, I wondered whether he'd decide to keep driving. Instead, he parked near the entrance. He looked at the building, then at me. "You'll probably be waiting a little while." I thanked him automatically. My hand was already on the door handle. He nodded once. I stepped out before he could say anything else. The cool evening air felt completely different after being inside that SUV. I walked directly into the brightly lit station without looking back. A security guard sat near the entrance. I chose a chair where I could see both the parking lot and the front desk. Only then did I realize how hard my hands were shaking. The SUV remained outside for another minute. Then it pulled away. My parents arrived not long afterward. I didn't tell them every detail that night because I wasn't even sure how to explain it. Nothing obvious had happened. There wasn't a crime to report or a clear accusation to make. It was simply an hour of carefully chosen questions, uncomfortable stories, and one casually displayed knife that transformed an ordinary ride into something I still remember years later. Whenever people tell me to trust my instincts, I think about that drive. Sometimes fear doesn't come from what someone does. Sometimes it comes from the unmistakable feeling that another person knows exactly how vulnerable you are and wants you to keep thinking about it until the ride is over. I had been hauling hazardous materials for almost 14 years, and somewhere along the way I'd started believing there wasn't much left on the road that could surprise me. Every mile looked the same after enough years. White lane markers stretched toward the horizon. Tractor trailers drifted past with familiar company logos. Families packed SUVs for vacations. Commuters hurried home without ever thinking about the 40 tons of steel sharing the highway beside them. The job teaches you patience. It teaches you that every impatient driver is a potential disaster. It teaches you that your worst day can start looking exactly like every other ordinary one. The morning of the crash wasn't memorable in any way. My pre-trip inspection was clean. The paperwork matched the load. My dispatcher joked that if I kept making deliveries on schedule, I'd put everyone else out of work. I laughed. If someone had told me that was the last time I'd ever laugh without hearing screaming in the back of my mind, I would have called them crazy. The highway was dry, traffic was steady, and visibility couldn't have been better. Perfect driving conditions, the kind investigators always describe when they're trying to explain why something made absolutely no sense. I was traveling in the right lane, keeping my speed exactly where it needed to be. My trailer was carrying hazardous chemicals that required special handling. Nothing explosive, despite what movies like to show, but dangerous enough that every decision behind the wheel mattered. You don't jerk the wheel. You don't slam the brakes unless there's absolutely no alternative, because 40 tons doesn't stop on command. I remember seeing the sedan before anyone else seemed to notice it. It was weaving through traffic several hundred yards ahead. At first, I figured the driver was distracted, maybe looking at a phone. Then it crossed into the median, not by accident, deliberately. It stayed there. Cars around it started braking. Some pulled onto the shoulder. I eased off the throttle, already creating more following distance because experience teaches you to expect the unexpected. The sedan corrected back into traffic for maybe 5 seconds. Then it turned again. This time it came completely across the median, straight into oncoming traffic, my side. I remember thinking, he's going the wrong way. That was my first thought. Not panic, just confusion. Wrong way drivers happen. Usually they're drunk. Usually they realize the mistake. Usually they try to correct it. This driver never did. He accelerated. Every vehicle ahead of me scattered. One pickup barely missed him by diving onto the shoulder. Another car spun into the grass, trying to avoid impact. I was too close. Too heavy, too committed. I hit the air horn. The sound echoed across the highway, long, continuous, the kind of horn blast that usually makes people wake up instantly. The sedan didn't move. If anything, it lined itself up with my truck, perfectly, like the driver had picked a target. Time stopped behaving normally. People always say that after traumatic events, I used to think it was exaggeration. It isn't. You notice impossible details. The sunlight reflecting off the windshield, the driver's hand steady on the steering wheel, the way the front grille of the car seemed almost frozen while everything else blurred around it. I stood on the brakes. The trailer shuddered. ABS kicked in. The steering wheel vibrated beneath my hands. There wasn't enough distance. Physics had already made the decision. The impact sounded less like a crash and more like an explosion inside a metal building. Everything shook. The truck lurched violently. Glass burst across the cab. My seatbelt locked so hard it knocked the air from my lungs. Then came silence for maybe half a second. Then alarms, steam, grinding metal. My truck finally stopped hundreds of feet farther down the highway. Training took over before my brain caught up. Hazard lights, parking brake, radio, emergency report. I climbed out of the cab. My legs barely worked. When I turned around, the smoke was already rising, dark, heavy. The smaller vehicle had come to rest beneath the front corner of my trailer. Flames appeared almost immediately, not huge at first, just enough to make everyone nearby start backing away. I knew what I was hauling. I also knew exactly how dangerous fire could become if it reached the trailer. I grabbed the emergency information binder and started shouting for people to move farther back. Someone else was already calling 911. Several people were. Drivers who'd stopped safely were trying to help, but nobody could get close. The heat built too quickly. There are moments when every instinct tells you to run towards someone. Every human impulse says you have to save them. Then reality reminds you that sometimes getting closer only creates another victim. I took 2 steps toward the burning car before another truck driver grabbed my arm. "You can't." "I have to." "You can't." He pointed at my trailer. I looked. One glance told me he was right. The risk wasn't theoretical anymore. I stumbled backward. The fire department arrived unbelievably fast. Maybe 6 minutes. Maybe 8. Trauma changes your sense of time. Law enforcement closed both directions of the highway. Hazmat crews appeared not long after. Everything became organized, controlled, professional. Exactly how emergency responders train for incidents like this. I answered questions automatically. What happened? He crossed the median. Did you attempt evasive action? Yes. What speed? I answered everything, mechanically, like someone reading instructions from a manual. One One state trooper finally asked me something different. Did it look intentional? I didn't answer immediately, because saying yes out loud somehow made it more real. Finally, yes, he nodded once, like he'd already reached the same conclusion. Witnesses confirmed it. Dash cameras confirmed it. Traffic cameras confirmed it. There was no mechanical failure, no medical emergency, no attempt to avoid impact. The driver had intentionally crossed into oncoming traffic and continued directly toward my truck. People later called it an unavoidable collision. Investigators used that exact phrase, unavoidable. It's supposed to help. It doesn't. Because your brain keeps trying to invent impossible alternatives. Maybe if I'd been 5 seconds earlier, maybe if I'd stopped for coffee, maybe if I'd changed lanes, maybe, those thoughts become permanent roommates. My company placed me on leave immediately. Standard procedure. They arranged counseling, paid time off. Every supervisor I spoke with reminded me I wasn't responsible. I appreciated every one of them. None of it mattered after dark. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the sedan crossed the median again. Every dream ended exactly one way. Sometimes I woke before impact. Sometimes I didn't. Loud horns made my heart race. The smell of overheated brakes made me physically sick. Even sitting in the passenger seat of my wife's car became difficult. She started driving different routes because highways triggered panic attacks. Our kids noticed before we admitted anything was wrong. My daughter once asked why I flinched every time another car drifted slightly within its lane. I couldn't explain it. How do you tell a child that your brain has stopped trusting the road? Months passed. The official investigation concluded. Every report reached the same conclusion. Nothing I did could have prevented it. The unstable driver had deliberately created a situation with no escape. Case closed. Life wasn't. Eventually, I returned to driving. Bills don't disappear because your memories won't cooperate. The first day back, I parked at the end of the yard for nearly 40 minutes before starting the engine. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I almost quit. Almost. Then I remembered something another driver told me after the crash. If you let one person's choice take the road away from you, they get to keep hurting you. I still think about those words. Some days they help, some days they don't. Even now, years later, every vehicle approaching in the opposite direction gets my full attention. Every drifting tire, every sudden correction, every driver looking down instead of ahead. Most people don't notice. Commercial drivers do, because once you've watched someone intentionally drive toward you with nowhere to go, your brain never completely accepts that traffic is ordinary again. The highway still looks the same. The white lines still stretch toward the horizon. Families still pass without thinking about the trucks beside them, and I still make my deliveries. But every trip includes one silent hope I never used to have. Just stay in your lane. I've driven freight across enough borders to know that trouble usually announces itself long before it arrives. A missing stamp, a suspicious customs officer, a road closed without warning. The trouble that found me never gave me that chance. I was hauling a refrigerated trailer full of packaged food through a country that had descended into civil unrest only weeks earlier. My company insisted the route was still open for commercial traffic, though every driver I met at fuel stations wore the same nervous expression. Everyone talked in whispers. Everyone warned me to keep moving and never stop unless armed men forced me to. I thought they were exaggerating. I was wrong. The checkpoint appeared around a bend where burned-out civilian cars still sat abandoned on the shoulder. Concrete barriers narrowed the highway into a single lane. Sandbags were stacked chest high, and soldiers stood behind them with rifles already raised before I even slowed down. I rolled my window down and handed over my passport, transport permits, and cargo documents. The guard looked at me for only a second before his expression changed. He shouted something I couldn't understand. Within moments, half a dozen armed men surrounded my truck. I kept repeating the only words I knew in their language: driver, transit, cargo. It didn't matter. One soldier yanked open my door before I could unbuckle. Hands grabbed my jacket and dragged me onto the pavement so hard my shoulder hit the asphalt. Someone kicked my legs apart. Another searched my pockets. I kept trying English. I'm just a truck driver. I don't understand. I'm transporting food. Blank stares. One guard pointed at my face while speaking rapidly to another. They all kept looking at me the same way, not as a foreign driver, as someone they believed belonged there. My appearance had betrayed me. I shared enough physical features with one of the local ethnic groups that nobody questioned it. To them, I wasn't passing through. I was someone trying to flee. They pushed me toward a military truck where several frightened civilians already sat with their hands zip-tied. My own wrists were bound before I could protest again. My truck disappeared behind the checkpoint. I wouldn't see it again for days. They transported us to what looked like an abandoned municipal building surrounded by fencing and armed patrols. The windows had been boarded from the outside. Inside, dozens of people sat silently against stained concrete walls. No one smiled. No one welcomed us. Everyone looked exhausted. The guards removed our restraints but locked the steel door behind us. I tried speaking English to everyone inside. Nothing. A few people shrugged apologetically. Others simply stared. Whatever language they spoke, I didn't understand a word. For the first time in years of international driving, I realized I had absolutely no way to explain who I was. My passport had disappeared with the guards. My paperwork was gone. Everything proving I didn't belong there had been taken away. Day blended into night. Food came twice a day. Bread, water, sometimes soup, sometimes nothing warm at all. Every few hours, guards entered and called several names. Those people left. Some returned hours later looking shaken. Some never came back. No one explained anything. I stopped trying to ask questions. Every failed attempt only frustrated the guards. Once I pointed toward myself and mind driving a truck. The guard frowned, shoved me backward, and walked away. Another detainee gently lowered my hands. He understood what I was trying to do. He also understood it wasn't helping. The building grew colder after sunset. People slept sitting upright because there wasn't enough room to stretch out. Arguments occasionally erupted between detainees, but they burned out quickly. Everyone was conserving energy. On what I guessed was the third morning, I heard engines outside. More detainees arrived. One elderly man noticed me studying everyone's faces. He spoke softly. I recognized none of the words. I answered in English. His face fell. Then he slowly shook his head. We sat there in silence. Language had become another locked door. Time lost all meaning. Without my phone, watch, or paperwork, I measured passing days by the number of meals. I worried constantly about my family, my employer, whether anyone even knew where I had disappeared. Truck drivers go silent sometimes. Breakdowns happen. Border delays happen. Who would assume I had vanished into detention? Then everything changed because of one person. Late one afternoon, the steel door opened again. This time, instead of soldiers immediately shouting orders, a middle-aged man wearing civilian clothes entered with two guards. He carried a clipboard. Unlike everyone else, he looked directly at each detainee before speaking. When he reached me, he paused. His eyes narrowed. He asked something. I answered automatically. I'm from overseas. I'm a freight driver. I don't understand. He blinked. Then, in hesitant English, he asked, "English?" I nearly stood up. Yes, I speak English. He motioned for me to sit while he searched through the papers attached to his clipboard. After several moments, he frowned. Then he disappeared with one of the guards. I was terrified I had somehow made things worse. Nearly an hour passed. Finally, he returned holding my passport. I recognized the worn cover instantly. He opened it, compared the photograph to my face several times, then looked embarrassed. He asked where I had been traveling. I explained my route, my employer, the refrigerated cargo, everything. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he sighed heavily. "They think," he began, searching for words. "They think you local." He tapped the passport. Wrong. He spoke with the guards for several minutes. Their expressions changed from suspicion to visible discomfort. One avoided looking at me altogether. The civilian handed me my passport. For the first time in days, something belonged to me again. He instructed me to gather my things. There weren't many. I hadn't arrived with anything except the clothes I was wearing. As I walked toward the door, I looked back at the people still sitting against the walls. Some watched silently. Others avoided eye contact. I wanted to say something, anything, but we still shared no language. Outside, Daylight hurt my eyes. The intermediary escorted me across the compound to an administrative office where my transport documents had been stored. He apologized repeatedly for the misunderstanding. He explained that during the unrest, checkpoints had been detaining people whose appearance matched descriptions they had been given. My nationality had never been confirmed because no one present spoke enough English to understand me, and I couldn't explain myself in their language. Everything had spiraled from that single failure to communicate. Hours later, they drove me back to the highway. My truck was still parked behind the checkpoint. The refrigeration unit had long since shut down. The cargo was spoiled. Compared to everything else, it didn't matter. The intermediary handed me my keys before shaking my hand. "I am sorry," he said one last time. I believed he meant it. When I finally crossed the border into the next country, the customs officer asked why I looked so exhausted. I considered explaining. Instead, I simply handed him my passport and waited while he studied it. Watching someone carefully verify my identity had never felt so reassuring. Even now, every time I approach an armed checkpoint anywhere in the world, I remember how quickly a face can become evidence against you when no one understands your words, and how my life was saved because one stranger decided to read the passport everyone else had ignored. I was 12 the first time my dad let me ride along on a late-night recovery call. Most kids my age were asleep when the phone rang. Ours always seemed to ring after midnight. Dad owned a small towing and recovery business, and accidents never waited for daylight. Sometimes it was a dead battery in a grocery store parking lot. Sometimes it was a tractor buried to its axle in a muddy ditch. Every now and then, though, his expression would change the moment he hung up the phone. That night, he didn't say much. He just pulled on his heavy work jacket and looked toward my room. "You coming?" 5 minutes later, we were rolling down empty county roads, the amber beacon on top of the truck flashing across fence posts and telephone poles. The radio crackled every few minutes with short conversations between dispatch, deputies, and the volunteer fire department. Single vehicle left the roadway. Heavy damage. The farther we drove from town, the darker everything became. There were no porch lights out there, no traffic, just miles of fields broken up by narrow roads that disappeared into blackness. Dad finally spoke. "Stay close tonight." I nodded. Normally I loved riding with him. I liked watching him operate the winch and hook chains beneath wrecked cars. It felt important somehow, like we were helping people on one of the worst days of their lives. But something about the silence on the radio made this call feel different. When we rounded the final bend, I saw the emergency lights long before I saw the wreck. Red, blue, white floodlights. They lit up the middle of nowhere like someone had built a football stadium in a cornfield. Several sheriff's deputies had blocked the road while firefighters worked near the ditch. The vehicle wasn't even on the pavement anymore. It had crossed the shoulder, broken through a fence, and come to rest deep in the field after striking a large tree. The front end barely looked like a vehicle. Dad parked behind another recovery truck already waiting for instructions. "Stay behind me." I followed him across the damp grass. Everything smelled like wet earth and engine coolant. People spoke quietly. Nobody laughed the way they usually did on routine recoveries. One firefighter walked over to Dad and filled him in. The driver's door couldn't be opened because of the damage. The recovery cables would have to pull the vehicle away from the tree before investigators could finish documenting everything. Dad nodded, understood. He handed me a pair of gloves. "You can help carry equipment." That felt important. I grabbed shackles, straps, and chains while Dad and the other operator discussed where to anchor the cables. The deputies kept everyone back while photographs were taken. Hours seemed to pass before anyone actually touched the vehicle. Eventually, one of the investigators gave a simple nod. Dad looked at me. "Stay where you can see me." I stood a few yards away while he approached the driver's side. The door had shifted during the impact, and someone needed to open it carefully before they could attach additional equipment. Dad pulled once. Nothing. He pulled again. Metal groaned. Then the door finally swung outward. I remember expecting someone to climb out, even after everything I'd already seen. Part of my brain still thought the driver would simply need help. Instead, Everything around me seemed to stop. No one rushed forward. No one shouted. The firefighters quietly removed their helmets. One deputy lowered his head. That was when I realized the driver hadn't survived the crash. I couldn't see much from where I stood, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. The emergency workers positioned themselves quickly and respectfully, blocking the view while they carried out their responsibilities. Dad glanced toward me. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He simply gave me a look that said he knew I understood. I looked down at my boots until someone gently told me it was okay to help again. There was still work to do. The investigators finished documenting the scene. The medical examiner eventually arrived. Only after everyone else had completed their responsibilities did Dad and the other recovery operator begin the difficult process of removing the vehicle. Recovery work isn't dramatic like people imagine. It's slow, measured. Every chain has to be placed correctly. Every cable inspected, every movement planned before the winch ever begins pulling. For the next several hours, I carried hooks, gathered straps, and coiled cables while the wreck was carefully brought back toward the roadway. The eastern sky slowly turned gray. Birds began singing from somewhere beyond the fields. Morning arrived while the flashing emergency lights were still reflecting off the wet grass. Once the vehicle was finally loaded onto the flatbed, the deputies reopened the road. One by one, everyone left. The firefighters headed back to their station. The deputies drove away. The investigators packed their equipment. Soon it was just Dad and me finishing the last few tasks before heading home. As we secured the final chain, I asked the question that had been sitting in my head all night. Does it ever get easier? Dad tightened one last binder before answering. No. He climbed into the driver's seat. You just learn that someone has to be there. We drove home in silence as the sun rose over the fields. I remember thinking how strange it was that people were starting ordinary mornings, while ours already felt like it had lasted an entire lifetime. That night taught me that recovery work isn't only about moving damaged vehicles. It's about showing up after tragedy, treating people with dignity, helping emergency crews finish their work, and quietly doing a job that most people hope they'll never have to witness. I've ridden on plenty of service calls since then. Flat tires, breakdowns, minor fender benders. But whenever we pass that stretch of rural road, I still remember the night when I stood beside my father under flashing lights and learned that some calls don't end with someone driving home. I never expected a routine delivery schedule to become the one incident at work that changed how I looked at outside contractors forever. I've worked as a cargo receiver at a large industrial processing plant for years. My job is straightforward. I verify incoming shipments, inspect paperwork, coordinate unloading, and make sure every truck entering our yard follows company procedures. Most days blur together because every driver is in a hurry. Every load is on a schedule, and everyone just wants to get back on the road. You get used to seeing the same companies over and over. Some drivers become familiar faces. They'll joke around for a minute while paperwork is being processed, then disappear until next month. Others barely speak. Then there are the ones everyone quietly hopes don't show up. This particular driver arrived just before lunch on a Tuesday. I'd never seen him before, but the company logo on the tractor belonged to one of our regular transportation contractors. Everything started normally enough. He checked in at the gate, security verified his credentials, and he was directed to receiving where I handled incoming freight. The moment he stepped into my office window, I got a bad feeling. It wasn't something dramatic, just the way he stared. Most drivers look at the paperwork or the dock schedule. He looked directly at me for several seconds before saying anything. When I asked for his bills of lading, he smiled in a way that immediately made me uncomfortable. Instead of handing me the paperwork, he started making comments about my appearance. At first, I ignored it. Unfortunately, that's something many women working in industrial environments learn to do. You brush off awkward comments because you have a job to do, and you hope the person leaves quickly, but he didn't stop. Each sentence became more inappropriate than the last. He asked personal questions, commented on my body, made remarks that had absolutely nothing to do with the shipment. I interrupted him. "I need the paperwork." He laughed. Instead of stopping, he doubled down with another comment that crossed an obvious line. I looked him straight in the eye. "That isn't appropriate. I'm here to do my job." If you don't have shipment paperwork ready, you'll need to step aside until you do." The smile disappeared. For a second, he looked irritated that someone had challenged him. Then he handed me the documents without another word. I processed the shipment, assigned him a dock, and watched him pull away. I assumed that would be the end of it. It wasn't. The next morning, I saw the same truck rolling through the gate. The moment I recognized the cab, I sighed. He parked, climbed out, and headed toward receiving again. This time he acted as though we already knew each other. He leaned against the counter, asked if I'd missed him. I ignored the question. I took his paperwork, checked the shipment, assigned a dock. He lingered. Eventually I looked up. "Is there something else?" He smiled again. "I was hoping you'd smile. I need you to proceed to your assigned dock." He didn't move immediately. Eventually he shrugged and walked outside. I figured he'd finally gotten the message. About 20 minutes later, one of my coworkers hurried into the receiving office. "You okay?" "Yeah." "Why?" She looked toward the yard before lowering her voice. "I just watched that driver taking pictures of you." I thought I'd misheard her. "What?" He was standing beside his truck with his phone pointed toward this office. I frowned. "What do you mean?" "He wasn't taking pictures of equipment." She paused. "He was taking pictures of you." At first, I honestly couldn't process it. There was no legitimate reason for an outside contractor to photograph employees working inside a secured industrial facility. None. I stepped carefully toward the window without making it obvious. The driver was across the yard. His phone was raised again. Even from that distance, I could tell exactly where it was pointed. Me. The second he realized I'd noticed him, he lowered it. That was enough. I immediately called my supervisor. Within minutes, he arrived along with plant security. I explained everything. The inappropriate comments from the previous day, his behavior that morning, what my coworker had witnessed. Security asked my coworker to give her own statement separately. She confirmed everything. She had watched him repeatedly positioning himself to photograph me while pretending to check messages on his phone. That changed everything. Our facility has strict rules regarding photography. Unauthorized photographs inside the plant are prohibited because of both employee privacy and operational security. Security located the driver before he left the dock. They instructed him to remain where he was. My supervisor asked me to stay inside while security handled the situation. Through the office window, I could see several people speaking with him. The conversation quickly became animated. He gestured with his hands. Security remained calm. Eventually, one of the officers asked to see his phone. He hesitated. That hesitation told everyone enough. After several minutes, he unlocked it. The officers looked through recent photographs. I couldn't hear the conversation from inside the office, but I could see their expressions change. One officer immediately called someone on his radio. Another supervisor arrived. Then plant management. The meeting outside lasted nearly half an hour. Later that afternoon, my supervisor filled me in. Security had found multiple unauthorized photographs taken around the property. Some showed restricted operational areas. Others included employees, including me. Management immediately contacted the driver's employer. Because he was an outside contractor, they had authority to permanently revoke his access to the facility. His company was informed about both the inappropriate workplace conduct and the unauthorized photography. Before he was allowed to leave, his visitor credentials were confiscated. Security escorted him directly to the exit gate. He was informed that he was permanently prohibited from returning to the property. The following day, my supervisor stopped by my office again. He closed the door behind him. "I thought you'd want to know." I looked up. The transportation company finished their investigation, and he no longer works there. Apparently, once they reviewed the reports from plant security and management, along with the driver's actions while representing their company, they decided to terminate his employment. They also apologized to our facility and assured us he would never be assigned to any of their customers again. Word spread quietly through the plant over the next week, not as gossip, as a reminder. If something feels wrong, report it. If someone crosses a line, don't assume it'll stop on its own. If a coworker notices something unusual, take it seriously. Looking back, the inappropriate comments alone should have been enough to report immediately. Instead, I assumed ignoring him would make him lose interest. It didn't. heat escalated. Thankfully, someone else noticed before it went any further. That coworker could have stayed quiet. Security could have dismissed it. Management could have treated it as a misunderstanding. Instead, every person involved followed procedure exactly the way they were supposed to. The situation ended with paperwork instead of something much worse. Ever since then, I pay a lot more attention to visitors in the yard. Most contractors are professional people simply trying to do their jobs. But all it takes is one person ignoring basic boundaries to remind you why workplace security policies exist in the first place. I learned something about hitchhiking before I turned 20, and it had nothing to do with strangers being dangerous because they were strangers. It was about realizing that sometimes the worst part of a ride isn't what someone does. It's what they keep talking about doing until every mile feels like you're trapped inside their head. I was trying to make it across a stretch of highway that cut through empty country where the gas stations closed early, and towns barely deserved the name. My backpack was getting heavier every hour, and midnight had already come and gone by the time headlights slowed beside me. The pickup was old but clean. The driver looked to be in his late 40s with tired eyes and work boots that had seen years of use. He asked where I was headed. I told him, and he shrugged before unlocking the passenger door. It seemed like the break I needed. For the first 20 minutes, the ride felt ordinary. The heater blasted warm air that smelled faintly of engine oil. Country music played quietly through speakers that crackled whenever the road became rough. Outside, the highway disappeared into darkness except for reflective markers flashing past in steady rhythm. The driver talked about construction jobs, long shifts, rising prices, and how difficult everything had become. I mostly listened. I didn't have much to contribute, and I was grateful not to be walking through the cold anymore. Eventually, the conversation shifted. He started talking about crime. At first, it sounded like the kind of discussion people have every day. Stories from the news, complaints about people stealing from stores, frustration about break-ins around his neighborhood. Then his voice changed. It became louder, sharper. He gripped the steering wheel tighter every few minutes. He said nobody would ever threaten his family. He said if anyone even looked at his wife or children the wrong way, he wouldn't hesitate. He described how far he would go to protect them. He repeated that nobody understood what he was capable of. I stared out the windshield and nodded occasionally, hoping the conversation would drift somewhere else. Instead, it became more intense. Every story reminded him of another example. Every example became another violent promise. He wasn't threatening me. He never looked at me that way. But sitting 3 feet away from someone who kept describing terrible things they imagined doing someday was enough to make the truck feel much smaller than it really was. The highway stretched ahead without another vehicle in sight. The heater suddenly felt too warm. I cracked my window slightly. Cold air rushed in. He barely noticed. He was still talking. He spoke about protecting family like it was the only thing that mattered. His words became faster. His jaw stayed clenched. Every few minutes, he slapped the steering wheel for emphasis before immediately grabbing it again. I began watching the speedometer instead of the road. It crept higher, not dramatically, just enough that I noticed. Every time he got worked up, the truck gained another few miles per hour before settling back down. I realized I was calculating how quickly I could grab my backpack if I needed to leave. That thought scared me more than anything he'd actually said. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just blowing off steam. Maybe this was how he talked. Maybe I only felt nervous because we were alone on a highway in the middle of nowhere. But every instinct kept pushing the same message into the back of my mind. Get out. The problem was where? There wasn't another town. There weren't houses. There weren't businesses with lights. Only long stretches of frozen fields disappearing into darkness. Almost another half hour passed before we approached a lonely intersection marked by a faded sign pointing toward a road I couldn't even see beyond the headlights. There wasn't much there. Just a gravel shoulder, a mailbox, a weathered road sign leaning slightly from years of wind. I decided it was enough. I thanked him for the ride and told him I'd arranged to meet someone nearby. It was a lie. He frowned. He looked around. There isn't anything out here. I shrugged and repeated that I'd be fine. For a moment, I wasn't sure he believed me. He kept driving another 100 yards before slowing. The truck rolled onto the shoulder. I climbed out as quickly as I could. He watched me through the passenger window. I thanked him again. He nodded once before pulling back onto the highway. The red taillights became smaller. Then they disappeared completely. Only after the engine noise faded did I realize how quiet everything really was. The cold hit immediately. Without the truck's heater, the temperature felt brutal. The wind swept across open fields without anything to block it. My breath drifted into the darkness and pale clouds. I adjusted my backpack and looked in every direction. Nothing. The intersection wasn't really an intersection. It was just another road vanishing into blackness. No houses, no lights, no traffic. I suddenly understood that I'd traded one uncomfortable situation for another. At least now I was alone. That comfort lasted about 5 minutes. Standing beside an isolated highway in the middle of the night isn't peaceful for very long. Every distant sound becomes something you can't identify. Wind brushing dry grass, metal signs vibrating, the occasional creak from power lines. I kept walking along the shoulder because standing still only made the silence feel heavier. Time moved strangely. It felt like hours. It was probably much less. Then I noticed another pair of headlights far behind me. I stepped farther from the road. Part of me wanted to wave. Another part wanted the vehicle to keep going. The lights slowed. The larger truck eased onto the shoulder several yards ahead. The driver rolled down his window. He looked older than the first man. Gray hair, heavy coat, calm expression. He simply asked whether I needed a ride. I hesitated. He must have noticed. Instead of urging me to climb in, he nodded toward the passenger side. He said I could take all the time I needed. Something about that mattered. There wasn't any pressure, no impatience, just someone offering help. I climbed inside. The cab smelled like coffee and sawdust. The heater hummed quietly. He waited until I had my seatbelt fastened before pulling back onto the highway. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. That silence felt better than any conversation I'd heard all night. Eventually, he asked where I was headed. I told him. He nodded. He said he was driving most of the way there anyway. Nothing more. He didn't fill every quiet moment with stories. He didn't rant. He didn't raise his voice. When he did speak, it was about ordinary things. Road construction, weather forecasts, which truck stops had decent coffee, simple conversations, the kind that never make you wonder whether you're trapped. After a while, he glanced toward my backpack. He asked if I'd been hitchhiking long. I admitted I was inexperienced. He smiled slightly. Then he told me something I'd remember for years. He said that paying attention to your own discomfort isn't rude. He explained that if someone makes every instinct tell you something is wrong, you don't owe them another hour of politeness. He wasn't criticizing the first driver. He wasn't asking questions. He simply said everyone has moments when they should listen to themselves. The rest of the drive passed quietly. Morning slowly replaced darkness. The sky changed from black to deep blue before streaks of pale orange spread across the horizon. The empty highway looked completely different in daylight. Fields stretched farther than I'd realized. Small farms appeared beyond hills that had been invisible only hours earlier. Eventually, we reached the town where I planned to stop. He pulled into a diner parking lot that had just opened. Warm light spilled through the windows. People were already drinking coffee inside. The place looked wonderfully ordinary. I thanked him several times. He wished me luck with my trip. That was all. No speeches, no warnings, no dramatic goodbye. He drove away while I stood outside watching the morning settle over the parking lot. I went inside, wrapped both hands around a mug of hot coffee, and spent a long time looking out the window toward the highway. I thought about how differently two strangers had affected the exact same road. One left me feeling trapped inside a moving vehicle even though he never laid a hand on me. The other reminded me that kindness can be remarkably quiet. Years later, I barely remember the first driver's face. What stayed with me wasn't his appearance. It was the feeling that my own instincts were trying to get my attention. And what stayed with me even longer was the sight of that second truck pulling onto the empty shoulder. Just as the first light of morning reached the frozen highway, I spend most of my time making sure other people do their jobs correctly. That is what corporate supervisors are paid for. We travel, inspect operations, solve problems, and document every mistake before it becomes someone else's disaster. I have handled equipment failures, missed deadlines, and more uncomfortable conversations than I can remember. None of that prepared me for the longest drive of my life across a stretch of empty desert, where I became convinced I was about to watch someone lose control or worse. The inspection site sat hours away from the nearest town. By the time I finished reviewing paperwork and walking through the facility, the sun had already disappeared behind distant mountains. The local operations manager apologized for keeping us late, but there was nothing either of us could do about it. The company driver assigned to return me to the airport parking lot insisted we could still make the trip that night. The road leaving the facility was nothing more than a narrow strip of pavement cutting through endless darkness. There were no streetlights, no houses, no traffic signals, just scattered roadside markers reflecting our headlights back toward us. At least, that was how it started. About 30 minutes into the drive, our headlights flickered. I noticed it because the road ahead briefly disappeared before the beams returned. The driver frowned but kept both hands on the wheel. Another minute passed. The lights blinked again. This time they stayed dim for several seconds before recovering. He glanced at the dashboard, muttered something under his breath, and eased off the accelerator. Neither of us spoke. The silence felt natural at first. Equipment breaks. Vehicles develop problems. It happens. Then the lights went completely black. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the dashboard. The windshield became a wall of darkness. The driver immediately slowed until we were barely moving. I remember looking out my window and realizing I couldn't see the desert anymore. Without the headlights, it felt as though the world had simply vanished beyond the glass. He tried the headlight switch several times. Nothing. He checked another control. Still nothing. Then, far ahead, I noticed two tiny red taillights moving in the distance. Another car. The driver leaned forward. "That's our only chance," he said quietly. Before I could ask what he meant, he accelerated. The gap between us and the other vehicle began shrinking. Fast. I looked at him. We're getting awfully close. I know. The headlights still weren't working. Instead of slowing, he kept closing the distance until the other car filled our windshield. Our vehicle was now following only a few car lengths behind. The smaller sedan ahead drifted slightly within its lane. Its brake lights flashed once. I imagined the driver checking the mirror, wondering why a larger vehicle with no visible headlights was suddenly attached to the rear bumper. My pulse started climbing. The only reason we could see the road at all was because their headlights illuminated it for us. Every curve they took, we copied. Every slight adjustment, we mirrored. If they accelerated, we accelerated. If they slowed, we slowed. We had become completely dependent on someone who had no idea we were relying on them. I finally asked why we didn't just pull over. The driver shook his head. "If we stop out here without lights, someone could hit us. Besides, we're closer to the highway than the facility now." His reasoning made sense. It just didn't feel safe. The sedan ahead started speeding up. Our driver matched it. I could almost picture the frightened person inside trying to escape. What probably looked like an aggressive vehicle chasing them across an empty desert road. The brake lights flashed again. This time they stayed on longer. Our driver eased back only slightly before moving forward again. We can't lose them. The words settled heavily inside the cab. For several miles, we continued this strange procession through complete darkness. No radio, no conversation, just tires humming against pavement and another family's headlights acting as ours. Then everything became worse. Without warning, the driver reached behind his seat. I assumed he was grabbing a flashlight. Instead, he pulled out a large knife, not a pocket knife, not a small utility blade, a long, heavy knife with a broad metal blade that caught what little light filtered through the windshield. Every muscle in my body tightened. For one impossible second, I forgot about the electrical failure, forgot about the darkness, forgot about the road. All I saw was that blade. He laid it across his lap while still steering with one hand. My mind immediately filled the silence with explanations that grew darker by the second. We were alone, miles from anyone. No phone signal, no witnesses. The sedan ahead continued pulling us through the night. The knife rested inches away. I shifted slightly toward my door without making it obvious. The driver noticed. He didn't look at me. Instead, he watched the road. "I need you to keep watching them," he said. I barely heard him. My attention remained fixed on the knife. Every bump in the pavement made it rattle softly against the console. I considered whether I could open the passenger door if I had to, at highway speed. That would probably kill me. Staying inside suddenly didn't feel much better. The driver carefully rested the steering wheel against his forearm. Then he picked up the knife. I froze. He reached underneath the dashboard. The blade disappeared beneath the steering column. A sharp metallic scraping echoed through the cabin. He wasn't raising the knife toward me. He was digging around inside the lower dash. I stared in confusion. Another scraping sound, then a louder pop. He shifted the blade again, almost using it like a pry bar. The vehicle bounced over rough pavement while he worked. I wanted to tell him to stop, to use both hands, to focus on driving. Instead, I remained silent because I was too busy trying to understand what I was seeing. He twisted the knife sideways. There was a crack. A shower of tiny sparks flashed beneath the dashboard. For one terrifying instant, I thought he had made everything worse. Then both headlights exploded back to life. Bright white beams flooded the road ahead. The desert returned. The lane markings reappeared. Everything beyond the windshield suddenly existed again. The driver immediately backed away from the sedan. A long, safe distance opened between us. The smaller car accelerated hard and disappeared into the darkness ahead without looking back. I couldn't blame them. If our positions had been reversed, I would have done exactly the same thing. The driver exhaled for what felt like the first time in several minutes. He carefully placed the knife back behind his seat. Only then did he explain. The truck had developed the same electrical problem months earlier. One of the wiring connectors beneath the steering column had loosened enough that striking or pushing it into place restored the headlights temporarily. Normally, he carried a long screwdriver for exactly that purpose. Someone at the facility had borrowed it earlier that week and forgotten to return it. The knife had been the only tool long enough to reach the connector through the narrow opening. I stared at the dashboard where he had been working. The explanation fit everything I had just witnessed. It also made me realize how completely my imagination had outrun reality. He admitted following the sedan had probably frightened the other driver. There simply hadn't been another option once the lights failed. Driving blind across an unlit desert would have been reckless. Stopping in the travel lane without any lighting could have been even worse. Using another vehicle's headlights to guide us until he could safely reach the connector had been an ugly solution, but it had kept us moving long enough to fix the problem. For the rest of the drive, the headlights stayed on. Neither of us spoke much. The tension had drained away, replaced by the strange exhaustion that follows an intense burst of fear. When the glow of the first gas station finally appeared on the horizon, it felt brighter than any city skyline I had ever seen. We pulled into the parking lot, inspected the wiring properly under the hood and beneath the dash, and secured the loose connection well enough to finish the trip without another failure. I still think about the unknown driver in that sedan. They probably reached home convinced they had escaped an aggressive vehicle on a deserted highway. They never knew another car had been borrowing their headlights because two strangers were trying to survive an electrical failure in the middle of nowhere. And every time I see a tool where it doesn't seem to belong, I remember how easily fear can fill the empty spaces left by missing information, especially on a road so dark that someone else's headlights become the only thing standing between you and complete blindness. I've spent enough nights alone on highways to know that your mind starts inventing things after a few hundred empty miles. Shadows become people. Fence posts become animals. Heat waves shimmer across the pavement even after midnight. I built a career hauling freight across states because I learned early that panic causes more accidents than anything waiting in the dark. That belief stayed with me until one drive changed every habit I'd built over nearly 2 decades behind the wheel. The route cut across a long stretch of rural plains where the road stayed almost perfectly straight for miles at a time. There were no towns for over an hour in either direction. only scattered windmills, abandoned farm entrances, and endless fields fading into darkness beneath a moon hidden behind thick clouds. Traffic had disappeared sometime after 11. The only sound inside the cab was the steady hum of the tires and the soft hiss of the air conditioning. I remember checking my mirrors because I'd gone nearly 40 minutes without seeing another vehicle. Nothing. The highway behind me looked completely empty. A few minutes later, headlights appeared in the distance. That wasn't unusual. Someone was simply driving faster than I was. I stayed in my lane and watched the lights grow brighter. Eventually, an old sedan pulled into the passing lane. Even before it reached my door, something felt wrong about it. The car looked decades old, with faded paint that might once have been blue. Rust covered the lower panels. One headlight appeared noticeably dimmer than the other, and the rear bumper hung crooked as though it had survived several collisions. It eased past me far slower than most vehicles do when overtaking a truck. As it reached my window, I glanced over. Every passenger was staring directly at me, not glancing, not looking through the windshield. Every face had turned toward my truck. The driver, the front passenger, two people in the back. None of them blinked. None of them looked frightened. They simply watched me pass with expressions so empty they almost looked rehearsed. I nodded automatically, expecting at least one of them to acknowledge me. Nothing changed. The sedan eventually completed the pass and disappeared ahead. I figured they were just strange people. 5 minutes later, the taillights vanished over a gentle rise. I kept driving. About 20 minutes passed without seeing another vehicle. Then headlights appeared behind me again. I checked both mirrors. Same spacing, same speed. The approaching vehicle moved into the passing lane. As it drew closer, my stomach tightened. The crooked rear bumper, the faded paint, the dim left headlight, the exact same sedan. There hadn't been a single side road, no turnaround, no exits, nothing that could have allowed that car to get behind me again. I even glanced at the GPS mounted beside my steering wheel. The map showed exactly what I already knew. One uninterrupted highway stretching through empty plains. The sedan pulled alongside. Again, every passenger faced me. Again, nobody blinked. The driver never looked at the road. I watched his eyes. They remained fixed on me while the car somehow maintained a perfectly straight path. The vehicle passed. The same crooked bumper drifted ahead. The same dim taillight disappeared into darkness. I actually laughed once it was gone. Not because anything seemed funny, because my brain insisted there had to be some explanation. Maybe I had stopped paying attention. Maybe another identical car existed. Maybe exhaustion was making details blur together. I rolled down my window for fresh air. Cold wind rushed into the cab. The night smelled damp, with freshly turned soil drifting in from the fields. I told myself to stay focused. Half an hour later, I rounded a gradual bend. Something enormous crossed the road ahead. My headlights only caught it for a second. A silhouette, far taller than any person, long limbs, moving with impossible speed. One instant it occupied the lane, the next it disappeared into darkness beyond the shoulder. I hit the brakes instinctively. Nothing remained. No animal, no person, no movement in the grass. I slowed to a crawl. The road stretched empty beneath the beams. If it had been a deer, I should have seen reflective eyes. If it had been livestock, there should have been fencing nearby. There was nothing. Eventually, I continued. Every muscle in my shoulders stayed tight. The highway became quieter than before. Even the wind seemed to fade. Several miles later, another shape crossed. This one appeared farther away, still impossibly large. It covered the width of both lanes in only a moment before vanishing into darkness beyond my lights. I never saw details, only motion. Huge, fast, silent. The worst part wasn't seeing them. It was never knowing where they'd gone. The fields remained completely still afterward. I kept expecting one to step back onto the pavement. None ever did. Another 20 minutes passed. Headlights appeared behind me again. I actually whispered no before checking the mirror. The sedan approached exactly as before. Same faded paint. Same dent above the rear wheel. Same damaged bumper. Same dim headlight. I felt cold despite the heater running. There was nowhere that car could have come from. No crossroads. No hidden service roads. Nothing. It moved alongside. Every passenger looked directly into my cab. The driver still faced me instead of the road. One person person in the back slowly tilted their head until it rested against the window. Not quickly, not dramatically, just a gradual movement while never breaking eye contact. The car drifted ahead. I grabbed my radio. Another truck answered several channels away. I asked if anyone else had seen an old sedan on this stretch. The driver responded that he'd been 60 miles behind me all evening and hadn't passed another vehicle in over an hour. His voice sounded calm. Mine didn't. After the transmission ended, I checked every mirror again. The sedan had vanished. Not disappeared over a hill. Not faded into the distance. Gone. The highway behind me lay completely empty. I kept both hands locked on the wheel. The next sighting came without warning. Two massive silhouettes crossed together. They moved through the edge of my headlights with long strides that covered ground far too quickly. One seemed to pause in the center of the road for the briefest instant. I couldn't make out features, only an outline darker than the surrounding darkness. Then it continued into the field. No sound, no dust, nothing. My pulse hammered in my ears. Every instinct told me to stop. Experience told me never to stop on isolated highways unless absolutely necessary, so I kept driving. I watched the shoulders constantly. Every mailbox looked suspicious. Every fence post became another possible figure. The darkness beyond my headlights felt crowded, even though I never saw movement unless something crossed directly in front of me. Eventually, another vehicle approached from the opposite direction. Relief washed over me. Normal headlights. A newer pickup. It passed without slowing. The driver never flashed lights. Never reacted. For several miles afterward, I felt better. Maybe whatever I'd experienced had finally ended. Then I noticed headlights behind me again. The sedan. It emerged from darkness as though it had been there all along. This time, it never pulled into the passing lane. It stayed directly behind me, always the same distance. I couldn't see faces anymore, only four pale shapes through the windshield. The truck's mirrors vibrated slightly with the engine, making them appear almost motionless despite the road. I increased speed slightly. The sedan matched me. I slowed. It slowed. For nearly 15 miles it remained behind me. Then, without warning, it accelerated. It moved into the passing lane. As it reached my cab, every face turned toward me once more. The expressions hadn't changed all night. Blank, patient, watching. As the rear of the sedan came level with my headlights, I noticed something I somehow hadn't before. There was no license plate, only rust where one should have been. The vehicle continued ahead. Within moments, its taillights disappeared into darkness. I never saw them crest a hill. They simply ceased to exist. The GPS finally showed a rest stop less than 10 miles ahead. I counted the distance constantly. Every mile marker felt painfully slow. When the exit appeared, I nearly missed it because I kept checking my mirrors instead of looking forward. The parking area was brightly lit. Several trucks already sat there with engines idling. I parked between two of them and left the engine running longer than usual. The familiar noise made the silence outside feel less threatening. Eventually, I stepped out. The air felt still. The lights buzzed overhead. Nothing moved beyond the edge of the parking lot except tall grass bending gently in the wind. I walked around my truck, looked down the entrance road, checked the highway. No faded sedan, no giant silhouettes, only empty pavement stretching back into darkness. I finished the delivery the next morning, but I refused every dispatch that used that highway afterward. People ask why. I usually tell them I got tired of driving through that part of the state. The truth is much simpler. I never found a single place where that sedan could have turned around, and I still remember four motionless faces watching me every time it passed, while something impossibly large kept crossing the road just beyond the reach of my headlights. I've been driving commercial freight routes for most of my adult life, and after enough years behind the wheel, you get pretty good at spotting trouble before it finds you. Most of the time, it's easy enough to avoid. You see an argument brewing near the fuel pumps, a vehicle parked at an odd angle, or someone acting strangely, and you simply keep your distance. That's one advantage of spending your career on the road. You learn that not every situation deserves your curiosity. This happened during a delivery run through a stretch of rural highway that didn't see much traffic. I honestly couldn't even tell you the name of the little rest area anymore. It was one of those places maintained by the state with a few picnic tables, a small brick restroom building, a handful of parking spaces, and absolutely nothing else for miles. I'd been driving for several hours and needed to use the restroom before continuing my route. There were only 3 other vehicles parked there when I pulled in. A pickup truck parked near the entrance, an older sedan closer to the building, and a small SUV sitting off by itself near the edge of the lot. Everything looked completely normal. I parked my rig, stretched my legs, locked the cab, and walked inside. The restroom was empty except for me. I washed my hands, grabbed a drink from my cooler back in the truck, and headed toward the driver's door. That's when I noticed movement from the SUV. At first, I barely paid attention. I assumed someone had just gotten out to stretch after a long drive, something every traveler does eventually. Then my brain caught up with what I was actually seeing. The driver had stepped completely out of the vehicle without a single piece of clothing on. For a second, I honestly wondered if I was somehow mistaken. Maybe the lighting was strange. Maybe they were wearing something skin-colored. Then they casually closed the driver's door and started walking around the SUV as if absolutely nothing about the situation was unusual. There wasn't any panic. There wasn't any rush. They weren't changing clothes or grabbing something from the trunk. They simply walked around the vehicle in full view of the parking lot like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. I froze for maybe 2 seconds trying to process what I was looking at. The person never acknowledged me. They weren't yelling. They weren't acting aggressive. They just continued circling the vehicle, checking something near one of the tires before walking toward the passenger side. That was enough for me. Whatever explanation existed, I didn't need to know it. I climbed into my truck as quickly as I could without making a scene, locked the doors, started the engine, and pulled straight out of the rest area. I didn't look back. The entire time I accelerated back onto the highway, I kept thinking there had to be some logical explanation, but none of them made much sense. If it had been a medical emergency, the person certainly didn't appear distressed. If they'd been changing clothes, they could have done it inside the vehicle, or at least behind an open door. Instead, they had simply gotten out and walked around in plain view. I've stopped at thousands of rest areas over the years. I've dealt with breakdowns, wildlife wandering through parking lots, suspicious people trying to sell random junk, and plenty of other strange encounters. But that's still the only time I've ever returned to my truck, looked up, and found someone casually walking around their own vehicle completely unclothed. I decided whatever was going on wasn't any of my business, and the safest choice was simply to leave. I learned the hard way that a locked door is only useful if you remember to lock it before someone reaches through the window. I run my own delivery business, and late nights were part of the job. I hauled equipment between warehouses, small manufacturers, and repair shops that needed parts moved after normal business hours. Most nights blurred together into loading docks, receipts, and empty streets lit by flickering parking lot lights. I had convinced myself that routine meant safety. The places were familiar, and the people who worked around them usually kept to themselves. That confidence disappeared in less than a minute. It happened in a commercial parking lot where I had stopped to organize paperwork before heading home. Several businesses shared the same lot, but every storefront had been dark for hours. The only sounds were distant traffic and the steady idle of my engine. I left both front windows down because the night was warm, and I wanted fresh air while I finished logging the last delivery. I noticed movement near the edge of the lot without thinking much about it. People crossed parking lots all the time. They drifted between parked vehicles carrying backpacks or shopping bags, and I assumed they were cutting through to another street. By the time I realized they were walking toward me, they had already spread out. One came toward the driver's side while 2 others moved around the front of my vehicle. Another disappeared behind it. None of them looked hurried. That calm approach fooled me for another few seconds. The man on my side leaned toward the open window as if he wanted directions. Instead, a handgun appeared inches from my face. Every thought in my head stopped. He didn't yell. He didn't wave the weapon around. He simply held it steady and told me not to move. At almost the same moment, I heard the passenger door handle rattle. Someone else reached through the open passenger window. I couldn't even turn my head all the way because the gun stayed fixed near my cheek. From the corner of my eye, I watched hands reaching across the seat, grabbing anything within reach. My backpack disappeared first, then the clipboard holding invoices, The small cooler where I kept drinks vanished next. Another person opened the rear door and started pulling out supplies I carried for work. It was organized. Nobody argued. Nobody hesitated. Each person seemed to know exactly what to take. The man holding me at gunpoint kept repeating that everything would be fine if I stayed still. The words sounded almost polite, which somehow made the situation even worse. I remember staring straight ahead at the windshield because looking at the gun only made it feel closer. The dashboard clock glowed in front of me. The engine continued idling. Cars occasionally passed on the road beyond the lot without slowing. The world outside kept moving, while mine had completely stopped. I knew fighting wasn't realistic. There were too many of them. The weapon was already pointed at me. I stayed exactly where I was. They continued emptying the cabin. The center console opened. The glove compartment emptied onto the seat before anything useful disappeared into someone's arms. One of them reached behind me for another equipment bag. I kept thinking that if they finished quickly, maybe they would leave. Instead, the man with the gun leaned farther inside. His shoulder crossed the window frame. Most of his upper body entered the vehicle while he searched my pockets with one hand. That small shift changed everything. His weight pushed against the driver's door. His attention wasn't entirely on me anymore. I realized the key was still in the ignition. The engine was still running. My left hand rested only inches from the door lock button. The thought appeared without planning. If I could lock the doors while he was halfway inside, he would be trapped with me. It sounded reckless. It also sounded like the only chance I had. I waited until someone outside shouted that another bag had been found. Every head turned for the briefest moment. I slammed my hand onto the lock switch. The doors locked with a loud mechanical snap. The man holding the gun looked confused for a fraction of a second before realizing his body was trapped inside the cabin. I hit the horn. The sound exploded through the empty parking lot. I kept my hand pressed against it. The horn blared continuously. The man jerked backward, trying to pull himself out through the window. But his awkward position slowed him down. He shouted for the others. Outside, everything changed instantly. The calm organization disappeared. The people grabbing my belongings dropped several items onto the pavement and started running. The man inside the vehicle finally twisted free enough to force himself back through the open window. His shoe caught on the door frame before he landed hard outside. He stumbled once. Then he ran. I never lifted my hand from the horn. It echoed between the warehouse buildings, bouncing off brick walls and metal loading docks until the entire lot seemed filled with one endless alarm. Lights came on inside one of the nearby buildings. A security vehicle turned into the lot from another entrance. I stayed locked inside. My hands shook so badly I struggled to reach my phone. When I finally managed to call emergency services, I could barely explain what had happened. I remember repeating the address several times because my voice refused to cooperate. The dispatcher kept telling me to stay inside the vehicle. That part was easy. I wasn't about to unlock anything. Within minutes, flashing lights reflected across every window in the parking lot. Police vehicles entered from multiple directions, blocking the exits before officers spread through the area. They checked my vehicle first to make sure nobody had climbed back inside. Only after they confirmed the scene was secure did I unlock the doors. The fresh air hit me all at once. Until that moment, I hadn't realized how tightly I had been holding my breath. Officers photographed the inside of the cabin before I touched anything. Papers covered the floor. The glove compartment hung open. The center console had been emptied. Some of my equipment had been abandoned. Where the group fled, scattered across the pavement as they ran from the sound of the horn. Security cameras from nearby businesses captured parts of what happened. Several witnesses had looked outside after hearing the continuous horn. One employee even saw the group sprinting across the lot carrying bags before dropping some of them. The officers told me that making as much noise as possible probably forced the robbery to end earlier than the group expected. That didn't make me feel brave. It made me realize how close everything had come to ending differently. I spent the rest of the night answering questions instead of finishing paperwork. Every detail mattered: where they approached from, which direction they fled, what each person carried, who entered the vehicle first, how the gun looked, how long the encounter lasted. Some memories stayed perfectly clear, others vanished completely. Trauma has a strange way of deciding what remains. For weeks afterward, I couldn't park without checking every mirror several times before stopping. If someone walked across a parking lot, I noticed immediately. I rolled my windows up whenever I came to a stop. Even during the hottest nights, the habit has never gone away. People sometimes imagine robberies as loud explosions of panic from the very beginning. Mine wasn't like that. It began quietly, calm voices, slow movements, no running, no shouting. The danger arrived wearing the appearance of ordinary people crossing an ordinary parking lot. That is what still unsettles me. Not the weapon, not the stolen property, not even the memory of someone leaning through my window. It's remembering how normal everything looked only seconds before it wasn't, and how a simple press of a lock button and one endless blast of a vehicle horn became the thin line between staying trapped and watching them disappear into the night. I learned a long time ago that the quietest part of my job was usually the most dangerous, and not because of accidents or weather. It was because there were stretches of the night where you could go hours without seeing another person, then suddenly find yourself sharing an empty place with someone you never should have met. I drive commercial transfers between distribution yards, and the schedule leaves long gaps while trailers are loaded or paperwork catches up. During those waits, getting a little sleep in the cab isn't unusual. I'd parked in an isolated gravel lot that sat behind an old warehouse complex surrounded by scrub brush and neglected fencing. It was still several hours before sunrise, and there wasn't another truck parked within sight. The engine was off to save fuel. The windows were cracked just enough to let fresh air inside because the night was cool. I leaned my seat back, set an alarm, and drifted off. Something pulled me awake before the alarm ever had a chance. At first, I couldn't place the sound. It came from somewhere outside my driver's side window, meowing, not once or twice, over and over. Long, drawn-out cries like a house cat demanding to be let inside. I stayed still. The lot had stray cats from time to time. Drivers tossed scraps out there, and they learned where food came from. I rubbed my eyes and listened. The meowing continued. It sounded close, too close. The sound wasn't moving around the truck the way an animal normally would. It stayed fixed in one place, almost level with my head. I reached for my phone to check the time. Just after 4 in the morning. The screen lit the cab enough for me to see my reflection in the window. Behind my reflection was a shape. Someone was standing inches from the glass. My heart lurched so hard I froze before I could even turn my head. The figure didn't move. The meowing stopped. Slowly I looked toward the window. A man stood there. He was tall enough that his shoulders filled most of the window. His clothes were filthy, hanging loose as if he'd been wearing them for days. His hair stuck out in uneven clumps, and his face was only partly visible in the darkness. He wasn't looking into the cab. He had his head tilted strangely toward the glass, almost like he was studying his own reflection. Then he opened his mouth. Another loud meow, not an imitation someone would make as a joke. He sounded like he believed he was a cat. Every instinct told me not to move. He shifted his weight. His fingers spread against the side of my truck. Then he dragged them lightly across the metal while making another drawn-out cry. The scraping echoed through the quiet lot. I reached down slowly and locked the doors, though I couldn't remember if they had already been locked. The click seemed impossibly loud. His eyes snapped toward mine. For several seconds we stared directly at each other. Then his posture changed. His shoulders rounded. He bent his knees. His hands curled toward his chest. He began licking the back of one hand with quick motions before rubbing it across his face. It wasn't playful. It wasn't someone trying to scare me. Everything about him suggested he had disappeared completely into whatever was happening inside his own mind. He crouched lower. His head twitched. Another meow escaped him. Then he scratched hard at the side of the driver's door. The sound of fingernails against paint made every muscle in my body tighten. I knew I couldn't stay there. Calling for help crossed my mind, but response times in that area weren't fast, and I had no interest in waiting inside a parked truck while someone outside grew more unpredictable. I slipped the key into the ignition as quietly as I could. The engine turned once, twice, then it started. The sudden vibration seemed to startle him. He sprang backward with surprising speed. For a second I thought the noise alone had scared him away. Instead he dropped onto all fours. He looked under the truck, then around it, then directly back at me. I released the parking brake and eased forward. The gravel gravel crunched beneath the tires. He followed immediately, still crouched, still making those strange sounds. I kept the truck barely moving because the lot was uneven, full of potholes and loose rock. Driving too fast in the dark could have damaged the suspension or sent me into one of the drainage ditches. The man matched my pace. He stayed beside the driver's door. Sometimes he crouched low. Sometimes he stood upright. Every few seconds he made another exaggerated animal sound, not always a cat anymore. Sometimes it resembled a barking dog, then another meow, then something between the two. His movements changed with each noise. He hopped sideways. He darted ahead of the truck before jumping back toward the window again. I never lost sight of him. The headlights barely reached the far end of the lot, throwing long shadows across piles of broken pallets and abandoned equipment. I reached the exit road. Relief washed over me. Then the man suddenly sprinted. He wasn't running away. He was running beside me. For someone who had looked completely unsteady a minute earlier, he moved incredibly fast. His feet pounded through the gravel. He slapped both hands against the driver's door. The truck rocked slightly. I pressed harder on the accelerator, not enough to lose control, just enough to widen the gap. He kept pace. His breathing became loud enough that I could hear it through the cracked window. He barked, then laughed, then barked again. The sounds blended together until they barely resembled either. I rolled the window completely shut. The noise dulled, but I could still hear him striking the side of the truck. My pulse hammered in my ears. The road leaving the property curved between thick brush before connecting to the highway. The surface stayed rough for another several hundred yards. I couldn't simply floor it. Every bump threatened to throw the truck sideways. In the mirrors, I watched him continue running. His arms pumped hard now. He wasn't pretending to be an animal anymore. His expression had changed into something openly angry. His mouth moved constantly. Even through the glass, I could see him yelling, though I couldn't hear the words. The truck finally reached pavement. I accelerated harder. The distance between us began growing. He chased me onto the road for far longer than I thought anyone could. His figure shrank in the mirrors, but never stopped moving. Eventually, the darkness swallowed him. I kept driving. My hands shook on the steering wheel so badly I had trouble staying relaxed enough to hold my lane. About 20 minutes later, I pulled into a brightly lit truck stop instead of continuing straight to my next stop. There were people everywhere. Fuel pumps, store lights, drivers walking between rigs. The ordinary sound settled my nerves enough that I could finally think clearly. I walked around my truck looking for damage. There wasn't much, just several long scratches near the driver's door, and dusty handprints smeared across the paint where he'd kept pace beside me. One older driver noticed me staring at them and asked what happened. I told him someone had chased my truck through the gravel lot. He looked toward the highway for a moment before simply telling me that I wasn't the first driver to leave that property in a hurry. He didn't elaborate. Neither did I. I finished the transfer that morning, but I never used that waiting lot again. There were other places to park, even if they added time to the route. Every now and then I still wake before dawn because I think I hear a cat outside my window. For a few seconds I'm back in that silent gravel lot, looking through the glass at someone who had forgotten how to be human, while slowly matching every movement I made until the truck finally carried me beyond his reach. I have spent enough nights parked in forgotten places to know the difference between ordinary noises and the sounds that deserve my full attention. Wind has its own rhythm. Loose gravel has another. Animals announce themselves without meaning to. What happened that night never settled into any pattern I recognized, and by sunrise I was staring at proof that something had been close enough to touch every piece of glass around me. I was driving a routine delivery route that had taken longer than expected, because of a mechanical delay earlier in the evening. My remaining driving hours were gone, so I pulled into a remote dirt parking area that local drivers occasionally used when they had no better option. It was little more than a wide patch of packed earth beside an old service road. There were no buildings nearby, no lights except the stars hidden behind low clouds, and no passing traffic once I shut the engine off. The wind pushed steadily across the open ground, carrying dry dust against the side of the cab. It rocked the mirrors just enough to make them creak every so often. That kind of weather usually helps me sleep because every sound has an explanation. I locked both doors, checked them twice out of habit, and closed the vents, and settled into the sleeper compartment. I don't know how much time passed before I woke. I didn't wake all at once. It was the feeling that something had changed. Drivers develop that instinct after enough nights on the road. Sometimes another truck arrives nearby. Sometimes headlights sweep through the windows. Sometimes an engine brake echoes across empty land. This was different. The truck was completely dark. Then I heard the driver's side door handle move. Not a loud yank, a careful movement. Metal lifted until it stopped. Then it eased back into place. I stayed perfectly still. The wind continued outside. Another pause. The passenger door handle clicked. Again, not hard enough to shake the truck. Just enough pressure to test whether it had been locked. I sat up slowly without making unnecessary noise. The cab was so dark I could barely make out the dashboard. Nothing followed for several seconds. Then something brushed against the outside of the sleeper wall. A slow dragging sound. Not claws, not branches. More like someone wearing gloves running both hands lightly across painted metal. I reached toward the ignition without taking my eyes off the side window. The movement outside stopped immediately. Silence settled over everything except the wind. I waited. Nothing. I almost convinced myself I had imagined it when another sound came from above me. A faint scrape traveled across the roof. It wasn't fast enough to sound like debris blowing across the metal. It moved with steady pressure, front to back, then stopped directly over the sleeper compartment. Every instinct told me not to look upward, even though I knew I couldn't see through the roof. Another minute crawled past. The truck shifted almost imperceptibly, not enough to rock. Just enough for the suspension to settle under a slight change in weight. I finally turned the key. The engine came alive with its familiar vibration. At the same moment, I switched on every exterior light I had. Headlights, marker lights, roof lights, work lights mounted behind the cab. The darkness around the truck disappeared in an instant. I leaned toward every window I could reach. Nothing. No person. No vehicle. No animal crossing the beams. Only blowing dust twisting through the light before disappearing into the darkness beyond. I kept the engine running. The heater fan pushed warm air through the cab. That should have been reassuring. Instead, the next sound came through the ventilation system. Something tapped lightly against the exterior vent near the sleeper. One tap, a pause, another tap from a different position. Then a soft rubbing sound traveled along the outside of the vent housing. It reminded me of fingertips moving across plastic. The fan continued blowing. Nothing entered the cab. No smell changed. No debris came through. Only those strange movements circling the outside of the ventilation openings. I shut the fan off. The rubbing stopped. I switched it back on. A few seconds later, the sound returned. Always outside, always following the location of the vent. I reached over and closed every airflow control again, even though they had already been shut before I went to sleep. For several minutes, there was nothing. The engine idled steadily. The lights illuminated empty dirt in every direction. Eventually, I told myself someone had probably tried the doors earlier, realized the truck was occupied, and left. The sounds around the vents could have been loose plastic vibrating in the wind. That explanation almost worked. Then both mirrors moved at exactly the same time, not folding inward, not shaking. They tilted slightly as if equal pressure had been placed on each one simultaneously. I stared through the windshield. Still nothing. No figure crossing between the headlights. No reflection. No shadow. The mirrors eased back to their normal position. A dull thump landed somewhere behind the cab. Another followed several feet away, then another, never close together, never far enough apart to suggest footsteps, just isolated impacts moving slowly around the truck, without revealing whatever caused them. I picked up my phone. There was no signal. That wasn't unusual out there. I considered driving away immediately. The problem was the access road. It twisted through uneven ground before reaching pavement, and I was exhausted enough that driving in the dark carried its own risk, so I stayed where I was with every light burning. The sounds continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes they disappeared long enough for me to think it was over. Then a handle would move again, or something would brush against a vent, or a faint scrape would pass across a window. None of it was violent. That somehow made it worse. Nothing tried to force its way inside. Everything behaved as though it expected the truck to open eventually, if it remained patient enough. Toward morning, the wind finally weakened. Gray light slowly replaced the darkness. Birds started somewhere beyond the parking area. Whatever had surrounded the truck during the night was gone. I climbed down after checking the ground around me first. The dirt showed ordinary tire tracks. Mine, older ones that had already softened from previous winds. Nothing else stood out. I walked around the truck expecting to find scratches from blowing debris. Instead, I stopped beside the driver's window. Small marks covered the glass. They weren't smears. They weren't streaks left by rain because it had never rained. Each mark looked like a tiny oval impression pressed against the outside surface, almost as though something soft had touched the window and left behind a faint cloudy print. I leaned closer. There were several clustered together. Each one was much smaller than the tip of my thumb. I moved to the passenger side. More. The windshield. More again. Even the rear sleeper windows had them. Every single window on the truck carried the same strange impressions. None appeared anywhere on the painted body. Only the glass. I wiped one with my sleeve. It disappeared easily. There was no residue I could identify. Just a clean patch where the mark had been. The rest remained untouched until I circled the truck again, hoping some angle would explain them. Nothing did. I inspected the mirrors. No damage. Door handles worked normally. The vent covers were secure. Everything looked exactly as it should have, except for those countless tiny impressions. I drove to the next terminal later that morning and mentioned the strange night to another driver without adding too much detail. He laughed, suggested insects, and that seemed reasonable until we walked outside together. He looked over every window. He rubbed one of the marks away with his finger. Then he frowned. He couldn't tell me what had made them either. During every trip since then, I have parked in isolated places many times. Wind still rattles mirrors. Dust still slides across metal. Animals still wander through parking areas. Those sounds no longer bother me. What bothers me is waking unexpectedly in complete darkness whenever a door handle clicks somewhere outside my truck. Because every time it happens, I remember standing in the morning light, looking at every window covered with those small impressions, wondering how anything could have reached every piece of glass without leaving a single clear sign that it had ever been there. I learned a long time ago that the safest place for me is inside the cab of my truck. I spend more hours behind that steering wheel than I do anywhere else. And after enough years hauling commercial loads across rural highways, you develop habits that keep you alive. Most of those habits seem excessive until the day one of them suddenly matters. It happened during the middle of a clear afternoon on a 2-lane highway that cut through miles of dense woods. There weren't any houses, side roads, or businesses nearby. Just trees pressing close to the shoulder, and long stretches of cracked pavement disappearing over rolling hills. I had pulled onto a wide gravel shoulder because one of the cargo straps looked looser than I liked in my mirror. It wasn't an emergency. The load wasn't shifting. I simply didn't believe in taking chances. I climbed out, walked alongside the trailer, and tightened the strap until it stopped moving under my hand. The woods were quiet except for insects and the distant hum of traffic that never seemed to get any closer. I had almost finished when movement caught my eye. Someone was walking along the edge of the highway. That wasn't unusual by itself. Every now and then people broke down or decided to hike between towns. What caught my attention was how isolated the area was. The nearest gas station I'd passed had been almost 10 miles behind me. The man looked to be in his 40s. His clothes were wrinkled and dusty, and he walked with the slow determination of someone who had already covered a long distance. I nodded politely and went back to checking the strap. When I looked again, he had stopped several yards away. He raised one hand as though greeting someone, only there wasn't anyone there. He was staring directly at his own empty palm. His lips moved. At first I assumed he was talking into a small headset or holding an earbud I couldn't see. Plenty of people make calls that way now. Then he lowered his hand, stared at it again, and spoke to it once more. "I've got a long walk ahead," he muttered. The words carried surprisingly well through the still air. I gave a short nod without saying anything and returned my attention to the trailer. People have conversations over Bluetooth all the time. I told myself that was probably what I was seeing. A few moments later, I heard the same sentence again. I've got a long walk ahead. This time it sounded louder. I turned around. He hadn't moved much closer, but he was still staring at his open hand as if someone stood inside it. His free hand pointed toward the highway, then toward the woods, then back toward me. He seemed to be explaining something to the empty space above his palm. I checked the road. No vehicles had passed. The woods remained still. He lowered his hand and looked directly at me. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then he smiled. Not a friendly smile, more like someone recognizing a face they weren't expecting. He lifted the empty hand again. I've got a long walk ahead. I answered with a brief wave, hoping that would end the encounter, then walked toward my driver's door. I figured I'd get back inside for a minute, let him continue on his way, and finish checking the cargo once he was gone. Instead, he started walking toward the truck, not quickly, deliberately. I climbed into the cab and shut the door. The familiar sound of the latch clicking into place instantly made me feel better. He stopped beside the driver's side mirror. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at his own hand again. His fingers opened and closed while his lips moved rapidly. Whatever conversation he believed he was having seemed far more animated now. He suddenly pointed toward my trailer, then toward me, then back to his hand. His expression shifted from calm to frustrated in seconds. He took several quick steps away, turned in a tight circle, then came back. Again he repeated it. I've got a long walk ahead. This time he almost shouted the words. I kept both hands on the steering wheel. My engine was still off. Part of me felt guilty. Maybe he genuinely needed help. Maybe he was exhausted or confused, but another part of me couldn't ignore what I was seeing. He wasn't asking me for assistance. He wasn't asking for water. He wasn't even trying to have a normal conversation. He seemed completely focused on someone who wasn't there. Eventually, he wandered a short distance toward the shoulder. I watched him through the mirror. He bent slightly, gestured at the empty air beside him, then nodded several times as though receiving instructions. After another minute, he drifted farther away. I figured that was my chance. I climbed back out to finish securing the last strap. The moment my boots touched the gravel, he stopped walking. His head turned. He spotted me immediately. He began coming back. This time, there wasn't any hesitation. His pace quickened with every step. I tightened the final ratchet in seconds. Metal snapped into place. I started walking toward the cab. So much farther, he called. I've got a long walk ahead. His voice cracked. I didn't answer. He was only a short distance away now. Instead of looking at me, he kept alternating between staring into his empty hand and glaring at my truck. His gestures became sharper. His arms sliced through the air as though arguing with someone invisible. Then he suddenly thrust the empty hand toward me. You see? His words weren't directed at me. They sounded directed at whoever he imagined standing there. I reached the driver's door. He kept coming. I opened it. He sped up again. His movements lost what little rhythm they had before. He stumbled once, caught himself, pointed at me, then resumed talking rapidly to the empty space beside his face. The distance between us kept shrinking. I climbed inside, locked the doors, started the engine. He reached the side of the truck just as the engine settled into its idle. His palm slapped lightly against the driver's door, not hard enough to damage anything, just enough to let me know he was there. He leaned toward the window. His mouth moved constantly. I couldn't hear every word over the engine, but I caught the familiar sentence one last time. I've got a long walk ahead. His expression changed again. The frustration disappeared. Now he simply looked confused. He glanced down at his empty hand as if expecting someone to answer. Then his shoulders stiffened. His eyes snapped back toward me. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I released the brake, eased back onto the highway, and accelerated faster than I normally would with a loaded trailer. In the mirror, I watched him shrink into the distance. He remained standing on the gravel shoulder. One arm hung at his side. The other stayed raised in front of him, palm open, carrying on a conversation with nobody I could see. I drove another 20 miles before stopping to inspect the cargo again. Everything was secure. Nothing had been wrong with the straps in the first place except my own caution. Even now, whenever I pull onto an isolated roadside shoulder surrounded by woods, I finish whatever needs doing as quickly as I can. Most strangers I meet out there are decent people having a bad day, but every so often I remember that man standing alone in the afternoon sunlight, calmly talking to an empty hand about the long walk ahead, and I find myself checking every mirror before climbing back into the safety of my cab. I spend enough hours on the interstate that the road has started to feel more familiar than my own driveway. Most runs blur together into fuel stops, way stations, traffic, and mile markers that disappear beneath the front bumper. The trip that still bothers me began like every other delivery between two cities. With a loaded trailer, clear weather, and the expectation that I would reach my destination before midnight. By the time I finished that route, I had reported something to the police that I still can't explain, and I have never been able to convince myself that what I witnessed had an ordinary answer. The first time I noticed the sedan, I was almost 2 hours into the drive. Traffic was moving steadily. Nothing unusual stood out except that a dark-colored car eased up beside my cab and stayed there longer than most drivers do. People usually pass a transport truck quickly or fall behind it. Sitting next to one is uncomfortable. You can't see much ahead, and most drivers know better than to linger. The driver kept both hands on the wheel. The passenger was looking directly at me. At first I thought they wanted my attention because something was wrong with my trailer. I've had people point out loose straps before. I glanced in my mirrors, checked the gauges, and everything looked normal. When I looked back, the passenger was still staring. Then I noticed the expression. It wasn't anger. It wasn't curiosity. It looked like panic. The passenger leaned toward the window as though trying to say something, but the windows were closed and we were both moving at highway speed. I couldn't hear anything even if they had been shouting. The driver accelerated, moved ahead of me, and disappeared into traffic. I shrugged it off. Highways are full of strange moments that never repeat, except this one did. About an hour later, I stopped for fuel. I spent just long enough filling the tanks, checking the tires, and grabbing a coffee before getting back on the road. The sedan wasn't anywhere in the lot. I assumed they had continued on. Nearly 40 miles later, I saw another car approach from behind. Different color, different shape, different driver, same passenger. I remember gripping the steering wheel harder because recognition hit instantly. The passenger was sitting on the right side again. The same clothes, the same pale face, the same desperate expression. The vehicle pulled alongside me for several seconds. This time the passenger wasn't simply staring. They were pounding on the window, one open hand, then another. Their mouth moved rapidly as if pleading. The driver never looked toward me. Their eyes stayed fixed on the road. Then that second vehicle drifted forward and exited at the next interchange. I kept staring after it long enough that another truck behind me flashed its headlights. That should have been impossible. I had just seen the same passenger in a completely different vehicle. There are reasonable explanations. Maybe it wasn't actually the same person. Maybe exhaustion made similar faces blend together. I repeated those thoughts to myself for nearly another hour. They stopped helping when it happened again. The third vehicle was an SUV. It emerged from an entrance ramp, accelerated until it matched my speed, and settled beside my cab. Again, the driver appeared calm. Again, the passenger looked terrified. This time, the passenger grabbed the door handle several times as if trying to open it. The door never moved. I couldn't tell if it was locked or if the driver was preventing it somehow. I reached for my phone but hesitated, calling emergency services because someone looked frightened, felt thin. People argue in cars. People cry. People wave for attention. None of that proves a crime is happening. Before I could decide, the SUV suddenly accelerated away. I watched it disappear into a stream of traffic. By then, I wasn't thinking about coincidences anymore. I started watching every vehicle that approached. The daylight faded. Headlights replaced reflections. The highway grew quieter as evening settled in. I kept expecting the strange encounters to end. Instead, they became harder to ignore. The fourth time, the passenger wasn't even in the same type of vehicle. A pickup truck eased alongside me. The driver wore a baseball cap. The passenger sat rigidly against the door. Even in the fading light, I recognized the face before I consciously admitted it. I remember saying out loud that there was no way. The passenger suddenly turned and struck the side window with both palms, then pointed directly at me, not at my truck, At me. The pickup sped away before I could react. That finally pushed me past uncertainty. I contacted dispatch first. I explained that I had repeatedly seen what appeared to be the same distressed passenger traveling in different vehicles across several hours. The dispatcher sounded skeptical at first. I probably would have too. Still, they advised me to notify law enforcement. I used the hands-free system and reported exactly what I knew. I avoided guessing. I described the passenger. I described each vehicle. I explained the repeated encounters over a long stretch of highway. The dispatcher for law enforcement asked whether I believed someone was being kidnapped. I answered honestly, I don't know. That was the truth. I didn't know. I only knew what I had seen. They asked if I could identify any license plates. I couldn't. Everything had happened too quickly. The officer told me to keep driving, avoid attempting to stop anyone myself, and report immediately if I saw the passenger again. For a while, nothing happened. The highway stretched ahead under the glow of overhead signs. I passed more trucks, a few buses, families heading somewhere. The normal rhythm of traffic slowly returned. I began wondering if fatigue had played tricks on me after all. Then the final encounter happened. I was approaching a long, straight section where traffic had thinned considerably. A compact sedan appeared behind me. It stayed directly behind the trailer for almost a mile before pulling into the passing lane. As it drew level with my cab, my stomach tightened. The passenger was there, no doubt, no hesitation. The same face, the same desperate eyes. Only this time something was different. The passenger looked exhausted, hair disheveled, face flushed, one hand pressed flat against the glass. The driver kept looking forward without acknowledging me. Then the passenger suddenly lunged toward the window. Their mouth opened wide. Even through the closed windows and the roar of engines, I could see they were screaming. Not talking, not calling, screaming. I couldn't hear a single word, but I knew it wasn't directed at the driver. It was directed at me. For several seconds, the passenger maintained eye contact while shouting with everything they had. Then the sedan accelerated hard. Within moments, it slipped between other vehicles and vanished into the darkness ahead. I reported it immediately. The officer stayed on the line while asking for mile markers, travel direction, and every detail I could remember. Several patrol units were reportedly checking the area. I kept driving because there was nothing else I could do. Every few miles I expected flashing lights ahead. I expected to see one of those vehicles stopped on the shoulder. Nothing. The rest of the drive passed without another sighting. At the distribution center, I gave another statement before heading to a motel. The next afternoon, an investigator called to clarify a few details. They wanted timelines, descriptions, anything that might separate one vehicle from another. I answered every question as carefully as I could. Before ending the call, I asked the only question that mattered. Had they found the passenger? There was a pause. The investigator told me they had checked traffic cameras covering several portions of the route. Some cameras showed vehicles matching the descriptions I had provided. Others didn't. No single passenger could be clearly identified. No connected incident had been confirmed. No missing person report matched the information I gave. That was the last official update I ever received. Years have passed since that delivery. I've driven the same highway many times. I still glance at passing cars longer than I used to. Sometimes I wonder whether the passenger was trying to warn me instead of asking for help. Sometimes I convince myself I simply saw different frightened people whose faces blended together after hours behind the wheel. Then I remember how unmistakably familiar those eyes were every single time. Most highway memories fade into one another after enough miles. That one never has. Whenever another vehicle stays beside my cab just a little too long, I still find myself looking into the passenger window before looking anywhere else. I have spent enough nights alone on empty roads to know the difference between ordinary silence and the kind that makes the back of your neck tighten for reasons you cannot explain. The night this happened, I pulled my truck onto a forgotten mountain detour because I had no other choice. And before sunrise, I found myself waking to people who thought my trailer was the target of a military exercise. The detour was not on my route when I left the distribution center that afternoon. A landslide farther down the highway forced every commercial vehicle onto a narrow mountain road that twisted through thick pine forest. Traffic moved slowly enough that I burned more driving hours than I expected, and by the time I reached the highest stretch of the road, I was legally out of time. Years before I started hauling freight, I had served in the military. That experience never completely leaves you. You notice where vehicles can hide. You notice unusual tire tracks. You pay attention to sounds most people ignore. It also teaches you when to stop trying to force a schedule. The shoulder widened into what looked like an abandoned turnout, overlooking a dark valley. It was flat enough for the truck, far enough from the road to avoid passing traffic, and quiet enough that I figured I could get a few hours of sleep before finishing the drive at first light. I shut the engine down. The silence settled in almost immediately. Without the diesel rumbling beneath me, I could hear wind moving through the trees somewhere above the turnout. Every now and then, loose gravel shifted as it cooled after a warm day. Nothing unusual, just the little sounds that become obvious when everything else disappears. I locked the doors out of habit, climbed into the sleeper berth, and closed the curtain. Sleep came faster than I expected. I have no idea how long I was asleep before something pulled me awake. It was not loud. It was the feeling that something outside had changed. For a moment, I stayed perfectly still. Military training has a way of teaching your body to wake before your brain understands why. I listened without moving. The wind was still there. Then I heard another sound. A faint scrape, not metal. Boots. Slow. Careful. More than one pair. The sound stopped. I waited. Nothing. Maybe hikers. Maybe someone checking the turnout. Maybe my imagination combining unfamiliar mountain noises with an old habit of expecting trouble. I almost convinced myself to roll over when another scrape came from the opposite side of the trailer. Different position. Someone had moved. That made me fully awake. I eased the curtain aside just enough to peek through the side window. Darkness. The moon was hidden behind clouds, leaving only faint outlines of the trees. I could not actually see anyone. Still, I had the unmistakable feeling that people were outside. I stayed quiet. Several long seconds passed. Then another tiny sound came from near the back of the trailer. A soft tap. Not accidental. Intentional. It reminded me of the way soldiers sometimes tested whether something was occupied without immediately giving themselves away. My first thought was theft. Cargo theft happens. Most thieves expect sleeping drivers to stay asleep. I reached for the flashlight I kept beside the bunk. Before I could switch it on, another noise came from outside. A whisper, too quiet to understand. Then another whisper answered from farther away. That was enough. Instead of opening the door, I decided to make it obvious someone was inside. I slammed my flashlight against the wall beside the bunk as hard as I could and shouted at the top of my lungs. The reaction outside was immediate. Movement exploded around the truck. Gravel scattered. Someone stumbled. Several voices suddenly spoke over one another. One sharp command cut through all of it. Hold. The single word echoed across the turnout. Everything stopped. For a second, nobody moved. Then another voice, louder this time, called toward the cab. Driver, stay inside. That voice sounded disciplined, controlled, not thieves. Military. I cracked the curtain open farther. Shapes emerged from the darkness. Several people wearing camouflage were spread around my truck. Some crouched behind trees, others beside the trailer. Even in the poor light, I recognized the posture. Training, not combat. One person approached carefully with both hands visible. Another stood several yards behind, watching everything. The approaching figure stopped well short of the driver's door. I'm going to identify myself, the person called. The tone was calm now. Within another minute, flashlights came on. Not bright enough to ruin everyone's night vision, just enough to illuminate faces. I finally opened the driver's window. The officer below looked almost as relieved as I felt. He apologized before asking a single question. Their unit had been conducting a nighttime exercise in the surrounding forest. According to the scenario they were following, an abandoned cargo vehicle had been placed somewhere along the mountain road as an objective. Someone had reported seeing a trailer parked in the turnout. The description matched my truck closely enough that the training group believed they had located the exercise objective. From their perspective, everything fit. A cargo trailer, remote location, no engine running, no visible movement. They had begun moving into position to complete the exercise. Then I yelled. The officer admitted my reaction startled every person around the truck because none of them expected anyone to be sleeping inside. I climbed down from the cab. Under the flashlights, I could finally see the group clearly. Most looked embarrassed. A few still wore expressions that suggested their hearts had not slowed down yet. One one younger participant actually laughed once the tension faded. He admitted my shout had nearly sent him backward down the slope. I could believe it. Judging by the disturbed gravel, several people had jumped. The commanding officer asked for my paperwork only long enough to confirm I was exactly who I claimed to be. Everything matched. Commercial freight, unexpected detour, mandatory rest period, wrong place at exactly the wrong time. I explained how the highway closure had forced me onto the mountain road. If the landslide had not happened, I never would have parked there. He nodded immediately. That explained everything from his perspective as well. Apparently, the exercise planners expected the turnout to remain empty overnight, because traffic had rarely used that road before the closure. Neither side had known the other would be there. Standing beside the truck, I noticed how carefully the participants had positioned themselves before I yelled. They had approached quietly from several directions. Without realizing it, I had awakened right in the middle of their movement. Had I stayed asleep another minute, they probably would have reached the trailer and discovered the mistake without frightening anyone. Instead, my sudden shout announced that the objective was very much alive. The officer apologized again, this time more personally than formally. I told him not to worry about it. Honestly, once the surprise wore off, I found the whole situation strangely familiar. Training exercises depend on realistic conditions. Unexpected things happen. Real roads are unpredictable. People take detours. Truck drivers need sleep. Sometimes those facts collide. One participant asked whether I had recognized the movement outside before yelling. I admitted I suspected something unusual because of the footsteps. Old habits are difficult to lose. He smiled and said they had spent considerable effort trying not to make noise. Apparently they had not been as quiet as they believed. The conversation stayed brief. Everyone still had work to do before daylight. The officer radioed someone farther up the road, explaining that the reported objective had turned out to be an actual civilian vehicle. Within minutes, I watched several more participants quietly disappear back into the trees. It happened so efficiently that they almost blended into the forest again. If I had arrived 5 minutes later or parked somewhere else, I never would have known they were there. Before returning to the cab, I looked across the valley. The clouds had begun breaking apart. A thin strip of pale sky showed above the eastern ridgeline. Morning was finally approaching. I climbed back into the driver's seat instead of returning to the sleeper. There did not seem much point trying to sleep again. The commanding officer walked over one last time. He thanked me for remaining calm once everyone understood the mistake. I thanked him for handling the situation professionally instead of letting confusion make it worse. We shook hands. That simple gesture erased the last of the awkwardness. A few minutes later, the flashlights vanished one by one into the trees, until the turnout became quiet again. If someone had arrived after they left, nothing would have suggested dozens of boots had crossed that ground during the night. Only a few disturbed patches of gravel remained. When daylight finally reached the mountains, I started the engine and eased the truck back onto the detour. The forest looked ordinary now. Birds had replaced whispers. The same turnout that had seemed isolated in darkness looked almost peaceful beneath the morning light. I finished the delivery later than planned, and the customer never knew why. Whenever another driver complains about unexpected detours or strange places they've had to stop for the night, I usually think back to that mountain turnout. Most people expect danger to come from criminals or mechanical failures on lonely roads. I learned that sometimes the biggest surprise comes from two groups of people doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing at exactly the wrong place and exactly the same time. The last thing I saw in my mirror before the road curved away was that empty turnout growing smaller beneath the morning sun, looking as though nothing unusual had ever happened there